Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and tonight I have parts for the Apple II Plus clone. I also have Kibbs with Retro, Steve of Mac 84, make it beep happy noises, I will certainly try. We have Sloopy Malibu, we have Eric's Edge, we have Sorcerer Stan, we have Joe's Computer Museum, and yes, I was a couple minutes late. And we have Gut Bomb. And we have Retro Techie. Yes, it is computer time. So I have plenty of things on my workbench. I sure hope we can get this running. So let's see here. Channel announcements. I do have a Ko-fi. Link is in the description. You can kind of see there's where my bar is right now. And I have a couple of channel surprises here that I will show off. And then we'll get to working on the Apple II Plus clone, which is on my workbench. Alright, so let's go for the... Hopefully not stick the paper label from the Jamco order onto tape. Ah, nice try, Retro Techie. Nope, it is the Apple II Plus clone. So, alright, ignore these parts. These are, well, parts you might have seen before. And actually, not all of them are for this computer. Oh, hey, we have 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Hi, Michael. Let's see here. Hello, computers. Stop all the... yeah, this computer's not downloading, So, first of all, we have this package from Sorcerer Stan. And what is in this package? I have chips. And a replacement D8 EEPROM to replace the one that had the missing leg. And it's even one of the white ceramic ones. In fact, oh, yeah, it'll probably blend in quite nicely. I'll try to get the label off of it. And Sorcerer Stan included some jumpers, including some that have the handy pull tab on them. So thank you. Thank you, Sorcerer Stan. These jumpers will come in handy, and these chips will too. Those will come in even sooner handy. And from Sloopy Malibu, hand-delivered this. Well, he brought them to Chris's house. So Sloopy, now the boards are not mine. Sloopy wants the boards back, but the DRAMs on them are what Sloopy's contributing. They are some 4116s. So, yay. Also, so I've got, oh, hey Jeremy. So I should have 16 4116s. Or their equivalents. And also, Sloopy contributed some EEPROM adapter kits. So there's 2 in here. So thank you, Sloopy. These will come in handy. I'll put these in a safe place. Oh, Gut Bomb, I will get back to that machine that I soldered the jumpers on a few weeks ago. We'll get back to that. I guess, I cleaned the board. So, maybe it'll work. I haven't had a chance to power it up, so that'll get its turn here real soon, hopefully. So, what is wrong with the computer? Well, so I guess it was last Tuesday. Oh, hey Ryan. Everything is broken garage. Ryan, hello. So last Tuesday, and the live stream that I think if I'd been thinking last week, I would have not live streamed on Tuesday. I would have just done it on Thursday instead of burning myself out at the beginning of the week trying to do too much too soon after having a tooth extracted. But that's neither here nor there. Last Tuesday, I discovered that I have 22 bad logic chips on the Apple II Plus clone motherboard. And then Sorcerer Stan, when reaching out to me saying that the ROMs I read out matched his Super 2 clone ROMs, except for the name that shows up on the banner, which also confirmed that the trouble I went through to read out this ROM was worth it because I actually did read it out. He pointed out that there was a 74LS80 that I had claimed was on the board, and he's like, I think that might have been a 74LS86. Well, I went back and looked on the board and realized it was actually a 74LS08, not an 80. And that is actually a supported chip, so I tested it, and wouldn't you know, that one also tested bad. So there are actually 23 bad logic chips on this board. I do not know what happened to them. However, I have a prime suspect. So before I replace any of these ICs, we are going to do something first. Now, I removed the RAM for troubleshooting. I don't know if it's good or bad because I'll have to replace these logic ICs before I can tell. But anyways, Steve is pointing out, I'm glad you bought this and not me. Yeah, Steve. Yeah. This could have been your problem. Instead, it's my problem. Now, what do I think caused all this carnage? Well, to be honest, I'm not exactly sure. Jeremy says, I don't think that I'll ever create an ETX Apple II of any kind because they're so common still. Well, that's definitely true. All right, so I think what did this computer in, or at least just my best guess, is this weird contraption here. And what is this weird contraption? Well, this is the power supply. And while yeah, danger high voltage. Gut Bomb says, a T-Rex drooled on the chips. Mac84 is pointing out, I have enough problems. Yeah. Joe's just smiling. Yeah, this is the original power supply. And I guess when we took a look at this a couple weeks ago, and I opened it up, I said, wow, this looks like a really sketchy power supply. And quite honestly, it still looks sketchy. And while I have tested this, and it is seemingly outputting the correct voltages, I can't say that it's not losing regulation. Because this seems to be a weird clone. So, to not... Kib says, personalized system unaliver machine. Yeah. So, this destroyer of 8-bit systems here, which looks completely suspect. I mean, these are the weirdest wires. These wires coming off I presume that's the secondary or just bare wires. How do I know that they didn't, like, touch, maybe? Are they touch? Actually, I don't know. Are they touching? I don't think they're touching. Anyways, I think this is probably... Send it to Mac84. He'll fix it. Yeah. So, what are we going to do? Well, you all are going to watch me build a replacement for this power supply. Now, of course, I could have probably ordered the replacement or the upgrade kit from Reactive Micro. I think it would fit the housing, but I don't know. Oh, yeah. This is... Yeah, see? There we go. This is like... Yeah, that transformer, yeah. I think Steve would probably fix this by just telling me to scrap it. Take the wire harness off and scrap the rest. Which probably would be good advice. But yeah, take a good look at this, because this is never going to power up an Apple II clone again. I'll keep the case. Maybe I will at some point order a Reactive Micro upgrade kit if I can determine that it will fit the housing. But yeah, I'm not even going to recap this. This is too sketchy. That Transformers Bumblebee. Joe says, what color should we use, boss? Answer is yes. So, the cool thing is, at least it's marked on the power supply what these wire colors are. I'm hoping they're correct. So, the interesting thing is, for some reason, a couple weeks ago, probably a month ago, I ordered a kit from Deku Nukem for the Apple II series. So, this is what I'm going to replace the sketchy power supply with. So yes, that means I get to do some soldering. So this is the kit, and it will allow me to use this Pico PSU here, which is brand new, and I did order it from the official distributor, so it's going to be a legitimate one and not a knockoff. So this is an 80-watt Pico PSU. It takes 12 volts in, and it outputs the ATX power. Even has some drive connectors on it, which I guess I could use for internal accessories. Yeah, Jeremy says that PSU is very jank. Yes, it is. I think this PSU is jankier than some of the things that Linus Sebastian has rigged up in his career at Linus Tech Tips. Yeah, look how small it is. So this is the main board. And it comes with this cute little rear board that gets soldered on after we put the switch on. That serves as the back panel. And I did confirm that the screw mount locations do line up with holes in the case. So this will just fit in. And ATX in. And power switch. And the cool thing is, it's got some fuses for the main power rails. And it has a negative 5 volt regulator, because the Apple II series does need negative 5 volts for the RAMs. And then the header for the power. Joe could solder this in 30 seconds. I don't think Joe could solder this in 30 seconds, but probably definitely 5 minutes. Probably. Yeah, Roger. Oh, hey, Roger. Yeah, Roger's pointing out nice uninsulated connections from the transformer for easy testing. Yes. Although in this case, no. Not a good thing. So, because this uses a proprietary power connector that doesn't match the Apple II series, I will be taking this wire harness, and I'll unsolder it from this board. Or actually, maybe I will just cut them flush, because actually I don't really want to remove this board. It'd be nice to keep the wire colors here for reference. case I ever do the reactive micro upgrade. I will just solder them to the side of the board because I do not have pins that would let me crimp the Molex connector onto this end. So I will just I might do the splice approach. I might splice the wires. Although my wire splices when I do it don't look that great, so maybe I'll just solder the wires. I think there's enough room there to solder them and them not to touch. Well, we'll deal with that when I get to the wire harness. Anyways, so that's the Pico RC from Deku Nukem, and the Pico PSU I got from like iTuner. I forget their website. Solder and heat shrink. Yeah, I know how to splice the wires, but my splices never look pretty. They look ugly. That's the problem. But maybe I might do splices, because then I can put the connector on, and then I know that I won't short the wires together somehow. Although, let's see here if, by chance, the wire colors are the same as... So, black is ground. 5 volts is red. Did they by chance do that? Actually, no. No. Okay, they used yellow for +5. Yep, the colors are definitely not the same. Okay, colors are just advisory. Liquid electrical tape, interestingly enough, has enough warnings on the can about not actually using it for electrical tape that I don't use it. It's the weirdest stuff. It's like you read the warnings, and the warnings are basically seemingly contradicting the name of the product. Maybe I was reading too much into the warning label. Maybe you're not supposed to read the warning label. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe I wasn't supposed to read the warning label. Alright, Joe says the trick. Cut the wires in a staggered pattern. Heat shrink them individually, then heat shrink the entire bundle. I never do that because I'm lazy, but whatever. No, actually there is such a thing as a liquid electrical tape. Yeah, I think what Joe said, liquid tape is to seal really small piercings in existing jackets only. Yeah, it's not designed to seal a splice. And that's probably what the true gist of all the warnings on the side of the label is. It's to like patch a small damage that's a nicked jacket or something, not a covering a splice. For that, you'd want to use heat shrink. Jeremy says it's something you just YOLO. Well, considering I just paid money for chips that I ordered before Sorcerer Stan sent me chips, so I have plenty of chips to fix this. I don't want to YOLO this repair, because these chips get expensive to replace. Alright. Let me pull up the instructions for putting this together. I can spell. PicoRC.com. Let me see here. I will put the link-a-doodle in the chat for the... So there's the GitHub project. And I'm going to follow the instructions for the Apple II, Apple II Plus, Apple IIe. because they're the closest. If you go to those instructions, you'll see a lovely picture of what it looks like in an Apple IIe. It looks like it'll have a fairly nice appearance. And I just realized I forgot to bring my 12-volt power adapter downstairs, but oh well. Alright, so the thing you're supposed to do first is to read the instructions. Yes. Temperature around 320 degrees C. Oh, that would probably help if I turn on the correct smart outlets. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah, Kib says instructions, yes. Yeah, yes. So I am seriously going to... I will set my iron to 600 degrees Fahrenheit, because that's what the instructions say to do. We'll see how well it works following the instructions. It says start from shortest to tallest. Whatever. Actually, my iron's heating up to like 850. And then I'm going to... Actually, I'll let it go back down to 650. Alright. So, step 1. Push the switch into the blanking plate. And I'm pushing it in the way it shows in the picture. Oh, if it will go in, it's got little catches on the sides. So it should push straight on. There's one side. And... yeah, that is kind of low. You're right, Joe. There we go. So, you push the switch in that says to set that aside. Yes, tabs. We'll go up to 750. That's probably better. Okay. So, interestingly enough... Okay. I do see a discrepancy here. So, alright. So there's definitely a fan header. So that's there. I'm just looking to make sure I've got all the parts because I don't. Okay, and there's a jumper for selecting the voltage for the fan. That's actually not shown on the instructions. Alright, so we've got that connector. And we've got this connector. And I've got both fuse holders. And I've got the regulator. So this is the negative 5-volt regulator. And now you might be able to see the quandary I have, in that I have 3 pads for capacitors and only 1 capacitor. And something tells me this is probably for C3 because of the regulator. Let me see if I can tell what size capacitor this is. It is a 25-volt. Okay. I think it's a 25-volt 1 microfarad. Kib says cut it into 3 pieces. Okay, I think that must be C3. Let me see if I can't read the instructions here real quick. Oh, here we go. If I scroll down far enough, then I see okay, the problem was the first pictures are, I think, of a different adapter. So I've scrolled down far enough on the instructions page to see a picture that matches this. And yeah, so this is the capacitor for C3. It looks like this board does not have capacitors on C2 and C1 unless needed. Okay. Hold on, Jeremy. You're getting way ahead of things. Jeremy has probably noticed that there is a metal, that there are large metal pads on this side of the board. And actually, Jeremy, you have to solder these 2 boards together. That's not optional. You have to solder them together. Otherwise, you have no structural strength. So yeah. Not only would you blob them, but you have to blob them. So yeah, that's there's pads on this board as well to solder them together. So yeah. But first, I just wanted to make sure I had all the parts. So the cool thing about this is it has fuses, which is cool. So they are 5 amp fuses. I think the fuses are for the 12 and the 5-volt rails. So that's if you want to put a fan, that's a jumper, so you can actually put a 5-volt. You can power the fan with 5 volts instead of 12 volts. So I will go ahead and install the fan header, because maybe I might install a fan in my clone, depending on what I install in it. But now that I know I have all the parts, I'm going to start soldering. Now, I may still, I don't know, for this computer, I may still get a reactive micro kit and to rebuild its original power supply, and then if I do that, I'll probably put this in my Apple IIe. Okay, so tantalum cap, the stripe is positive. And this is a tantalum according to the instructions. And it's also the shortest component. So in the shortest to tallest component order, I will go ahead and... Oh, hey, Bruce. Joe's saying that if you use 12 volt as positive and 5 volt as negative, it'll run at 7 volts. So, yes. Although this does not have a jumper for that. And, oh, hey, SadMac356. Alright, so... there we go. First component. The instructions say to use plenty of flux, so... tonight's flux of choice is my Chip Quick SMD 4300TF10. Oh, hi, Trina. Yes, I could modify it so that I could have a 7-volt fan, but Alright. Hold please while I detangle my soldering iron from everything that's tangled up in. There we go. Let's see. Alright. First component down. Okay, I think the next tallest component is probably the pin header here, which I'm going to use a breadboard here to kind of hold the pins. Which normally I wouldn't do, but this is like a really, really cheap breadboard that I don't care about. Oh, I don't think that worked as well as I'd hoped it did. Alright. And I'm almost off camera, too. Alright. Alright, well, that's, mostly there. I don't think you'll tell once I get it all together. Alright, I think the next tallest component is probably the fan header here. Let me see if I can... Oh, hey, Rudy! So I am building a Pico PSU adapter from Deku Nukem for my Apple II Plus clone. Because I don't know what caused 23 chips to fail on it. But the really sketchy original power supply is at the top of my list. I thought about ordering a reactive micro kit, but I already had this on hand, so I was like, nope, I'll just use what I got on hand. No, well, the clone power supply is not dead, but and it's measuring correct voltages when I measure it, but something killed 23 logic chips. So my best theory is that the power supply is losing regulation. It's the sketchiest power supply in the world. Yeah, Jeremy's right. It's not a... Now, granted, those are the low voltage wires, I think. But, I mean, seriously, would you trust this power supply? Well, Joe thinks that I had a 4116 short 12 volts to 5 volts, and that is also a valid theory that I cannot discount. But I mean, I also can't discount my theory that the power supply lost regulation because, I mean, if that happened, then I can't afford to use that power supply again. I mean, it's it's not a power supply worth rebuilding. I've determined that it's got issues with it that, I mean, yeah, the wires coming out of the transformer are not great. In fact, they're downright awful. So, I think even if I didn't have 23 failed logic chips, when I saw what the power supply looked like, I think I realized that I was going to be doing something about it that did not involve recapping it. Because I think that is exactly the type of transformer that the reactive microblog warned us about. Or I guess it's their wiki page. Alright. Well, okay. I think I kind of blobbed. Okay. I am going to clean up that component a little bit because I kind of blobbed solder down the. I mean, it'll work. It's not hurting anything. It just looks bad. And I won't be able to get to that once I put the fuses in. So let me. There we go. Oh, actually, that completely undid what I wanted to do. All right, let me see if I can put solder on those and not like get. I'm not throwing the old power supply in file 13 just yet. I'm going to keep the case. So if I ever do get a reactive micro kit to replace the innards so that my clone looks original. But yeah, the PCB that's in it, I'm never going to use. Those legs short. There we go. All right, so we've got the negative 5-volt regulator. We've got the fan header. We've got the fan voltage selector. I think the next tallest component is going to be the, well, okay, it does look like the regulator should have waited, but oh well. I will. Let me see if I can. All right, I think I'm going to have to use some tape to hold those in place because I should have put those on earlier and I didn't. And I don't know where my tape went to. All right. Oh, see you later, Roger. Okay, well, there's another way to do this. We'll tack that on. And we'll tack that on. And then I will Alright, so oops. I should probably somewhere I got a board holder that'll hold a board this small, and I should probably find it, but alright. Okay. I'll have to watch. I'll have to see what clip thing stand thingy Ron has. I don't. I probably saw it in the video and. Oh wait, I just realized. Oops. Don't know what I just knocked off the bench. There we go. I just realized I have a couple of the magnetic board holders on my bench somewhere. So there's one of them. And the other... Oh, I thought I had two of them on my bench. Alright, hold please while I momentarily look for the other magnetic board holder thing that should be over here, because I sure remember grabbing two of them a long time ago now that I found the first one. But I guess I didn't, so let me go grab another one. There we go. One advantage among many disadvantages of having a stainless steel workbench is these magnetic board holders will stick to your bench. All right. Alright, there we go. Check my solder joints, and a couple of them do not look that great. Alright, I think that looks better. Alright. Okay, there's that. So I think the next component to install is probably the two Molex connectors. So let me see if I can't find the blue tack here. Alright, blue tack is somewhere on my bench. Alright, well, I guess I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Alright. I don't know where my blue tack went off to, so I'm just going to have to hold that flush. Oh, hey, K-Mac. And let me double check these are flush. And alright, the 20 pin one looks good. 6 pin one looks good. So let me right. Oops. Oh, there it is. Alright. Alright. And we go. And now we'll get these pins. And all right, and I think we're almost done with this. Well, relatively speaking, almost done with this. Although there is the two boards to assemble together. And right, does look like I've soldered all of those power connectors. All right, that looks good. Okay, the 6-pin Molex connector is slightly crooked compared to the silk screen, but I think by the time I get this all the way together, it will be hard to tell. The important thing is, this should be more reliable than a sketchy power supply with bare copper secondary connectors coming to the PCB. All right, now, the deal with this board, according to the instructions, is these two boards get soldered together. Does help when the power connector pins don't get bent slightly out of place. But the boards should be soldered at a right angle, and yet to each other. So I think if I hold this one board flush to the bottom of the switch, then it looks like it pretty much is a right angle, and that's where I think I will tack some solder onto the far side here. just enough to hold that, and now I'm going to, whoops. This. Ah, thank you. Yeah, this should be a pretty neat board. Okay. And we'll get this corner here. Okay. And now get the other two wires for the switch, and then I'll get these two boards soldered together so that the boards stay in proper position. All right. And now I think I will first start with this side here, closer to the switch. And then I will go over here on the bottom side. So you solder these two boards together. This is how they mechanically attach by solder. Go. And now I will get the other side here. After I'm pretty sure that it, yep, still looks right angle. So there's a little tab here. And then right. There we go. All right, there we go. I think that is an assembled Pico RC for the Apple II, 2 Plus, and 2E. Or in my case, a 2 Plus clone. All right, it looks good. Now, I think, let me set the fuses aside here. And the jumper and the mounting hardware. I will get the wire spliced here in a moment. First, I'm going to clean the boards. 99% isopropyl. And a soft bristle toothbrush. And looks like a quality PCB here, because most of the kind of the brown burn marks from soldering have come straight off the board. All right, looks like a little burned solder mask right there by one of the fuse terminals, but other than that, great. I think that's good. There we go. Yep, nice and clean. I'll set that to the side to let that dry. And right. Yeah. Go. All right. That takes care of the adapter board that the Pico PSU plugs into. That because the Pico, yeah. Thank you, Trina. Yeah, it does look pretty snazzy. Yep. So the Pico PSU does not supply negative 5 volts. That's why there's the regulator. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna hit it with a little contact cleaner to get some of the solder flux that was between pins that I can't really get to with the toothbrush off. And there we go. Okay, so while that dries, let's see if I can't get the wire harness made up. Jeremy's pointing out that was quicker and easier than a PSU rebuild, yes, but sometimes I'll still take the extra time and rebuild the PSU. This PSU, not worth it. I mean, some clones even used Aztec power supplies, like Apple did. This is not one of those power supplies. All right. A little bit of cleanup. There we go. All right. So, we've got the wire harness, which I have conveniently hidden from myself, apparently. Probably because I set it out of the way, thinking that I would find it later, and probably actually knocked it off the workbench or something like that. Oh, there it is. It was right in front of me. Okay, so we've got the new power harness, which is going to be using probably the Apple II colors. And then we have the original power supply, which is using their own color scheme. And let's see here. So that grommet just slips off the plate that was on the one end of the power supply. So I'll hold on to that. As much as I would like to actually unscrew this from the... What? Oh, Eric's asking, what have they done to design such a small power supply? Well, that adapter board I built is not the power supply. This is. And the name of the game is miniaturization. Although, the other thing is, it's using DC power, so there's no AC to DC conversion circuitry. But yeah, modern electronics, especially because there's no AC to DC. So that's the actual ATX power supply right there. 80 watts. More than enough for the Apple II. Yeah, some of the clones actually cloned the Aztec supplies, but this is obviously not one of them. Alright, so what I'm doing, so that I can reconnect things halfway intelligently. Also, if I rebuild the power supply. So I just I clipped the wires on the PCB. That way I can see enough to know what wire is what. So on this power supply, white is negative 12 volts, red is negative 5 volts, yellow is plus 5 volts, blue is plus 12 volts, and then black with the green stripe is ground. Okay, Jeremy, yeah, well, whatever it requires, I guess. I can't guarantee when I'll get to building that kit, but all right. Luckily, oh, I'm just going to use a power brick. It's upstairs. I'll show you when I go up and after I go up and get it. I forgot to bring it downstairs. So to make this easier on myself, first I'm going to try to figure out if there's somewhere or where I can clip for wire strain relief. Because of this grommet. Oh. Yes, I'm going to keep the power brick external. I mean, I don't think this is like the complete... I don't think this is going to be like the full long-term solution for this computer. I'll probably at some point I'll get a reactive micro power supply kit and replace the innards of the original power supply with one of those. And then I'll put the original power supply back so that this would plug into AC power. Because I kind of would rather keep this system looking like it actually would be an Apple II Plus or clone. And none of those were powered with 12-volt power, so... Alright. So basically what I'm doing here is... I'm going to clip this... But now I can plug this into this board, and that will give me the color code from the Apple II wiring. Well, Jeremy, that might be the way you would do it, but actually, I'll probably put reactive micro ones in both of them at some point. But if I had if one was powered by 12 volts more than the other, I would probably put the 12 volt this, which theoretically would draw less power or generate less heat, in whichever of the two computers uses less power. At the moment, that's my Apple II Plus clone, I believe. Or put yet another way, I'm not putting an Apple branded power supply in my clone. That doesn't seem right at all. I'm trying to figure out what gauge wire this is so I'd strip it halfway intelligently. It's just the, that's probably the wrong set of strippers now that I look at it. Theoretically, this is like 18 gauge stranded, probably. Oh, it looks like OBS bumped for some reason. I mean, I don't know that this clone power supply is what killed those chips, but it's certainly suspect enough that I'm not going to risk it. Now, of course, I'm doing this, and I just realized: do I have the heat shrink to actually do what I am doing? No, I don't. Oh wait, maybe I do. Well, it'll be close. Okay, so okay. All right. So, all right, let me set this aside for the moment. The first thing I'm going to do is I think I want to tin both sides of the wires. And then, yeah, I think I'll attend both sides of the wires, and then, although maybe before I forget, I should probably put heat shrink tubing. Have any. That's what you meant, Joe. Well, in my defense, Joe, there's really not much. I don't have much to stagger cut, and if I do a reactive micro upgrade, I don't have enough to stagger cut, so I didn't stagger cut. I mean, I can't. This is kind of interfering with my ability to do what you suggested. Well, we will carry on, and it will bug me, but well, it'll work. Okay. Well, I'm gonna use heat shrink tubing, and I'm going to try to solder it so that it at least stays together a little better. I'm actually not sure I want to pre-tin the wires because that'll make it harder to twist. But anyways, because I remember watching a video of I think it was Chris Fix doing this, and I think he did pre-tin the wires. Maybe I do too. Okay, well at least I won't forget the heat shrink tubing. Okay. So, these are not wire color. I cannot just match the color. The only colors that match are the two black wires. That's the only color that's in common. They're both grounds on both sides. All right, I guess I will pre-tin these wires. Alright, here's one side. Alright, so there we go. Wires are pretend. Alright, so I guess since they are compatible, well, and this is where I think I have heat shrink is on the one side already. And this is not working as well as I thought. Oh, good night, Stan. And thanks again for the chips. I can also use some thin copper wire to pre-wrap the ends together before soldering. Well, I guess I might have to do that. I guess that's going to be... Why do they have to make this so difficult to make this look presentable? Well, that's not working the way I'd hoped. Okay. Couple wraps of wire. Not staying in place that well. Well, that's okay. Well, maybe that's actually soldered together. Doesn't look that great. I'm gonna risk completely undoing what I've just did to press the wires together a little better. Okay. All right. No, you didn't ask about helping hands things. Was I supposed to use those too? Because I don't think they would have helped. Oh, hey, Ron. I am trying to splice wires together, and I don't know that I'm being entirely successful. I will try, Joe, but my helping hands are not very helpful. Because they will depend on me getting the Kynar tighter than I practically can. This is how we risk missing the heat shrink because it falls off. Alright, I'll give this a try. I'm fairly sure I can do it, but I have 8 people watching. Or at least that's what YouTube's telling me. I don't know how accurate that is. And I'm not... Oh, I don't think that's copper wire. Okay. Alright. Okay. All right. Let's try this. Well, I guess that looks okay. I guess that's what the heat shrink's for. All right. I mean, does that look good? It kind of looks ugly to me, but I mean, they're soldered. I can be my own worst critic sometimes. All right. All right. So on the power supply side, blue is 12 volts, positive 12 volts. Okay. And on the Pico PSU side, it is yellow. Okay. Well, I didn't forget to put the heat shrink tubing on first, but the problem with this setup is it's falling off. So this is like a surefire way for me to like forget it even though I remembered it. Also, for those of you that joined late, the original power supply in my Apple II Plus clone did not use Apple's colors for the wires. So if you're wondering why I'm splicing a yellow and a blue wire together, that's because they didn't use the same colors as Apple. So I believe the wire harness I got for the Pico RC that I got from Deku Nukem, I believe it did use the colors, same colors Apple used, but my clone power supply did not. So, and I know I'm off camera. Okay, there we go. I will also double check things before I actually power up. Okay. So now I got 3 more wires on each side. I'm alright, so +5 on the clone power supply is yellow. And +5 on the Pico RC is red. All right. Okay, there we go. Okay. Well, I guess that looks decent. All right. So -5 volts on the clone power supply is red. And -5 volts on the Pico RC is white. Mm, Why do I keep losing my solder? I don't know. It's probably on the. All right. A little bit better. Oh, alright. Jeremy, I have two hands. I don't have hands to hold with tweezers and solder and uh, unless I got enough solder on that to hold it with tweezers and just solder. I don't know. Where'd they go? This is like this feels like a pace killer. Hold on. Okay, let me see if I can twist it with the wire a little bit and then. Okay, maybe your tweezers comment was before they completely separated. Okay, I don't know why the first ones went together so well and now these are not cooperating. Did I forget to put flux on these or something? There we go. Alright, I mean, I think those wires are together. Okay. They're not coming apart. Alright, and then finally, the last two we have, blue and blue goes to blue on the Pico RC goes to white on the power supply. Oh, hey Jason, welcome. Actually, I can't take credit for that. Joe gave me the suggestion. Well, it might work as is, but I don't know. I'm my own worst critic. They look messy. I guess that's why you put heat shrink tubing on them, so that you can't see how bad they actually look once they're soldered together. Well, that and to insulate them, but because if they shorted together, then I'd probably have the same problem that I have now, just with 23 brand new chips in it instead of 23 old chips. I have been somewhat worried about Joe's comment that one of the 4116s could have shorted 12 and 5 volts together, causing the damage that I've found on this machine. I am somewhat concerned about that because I mean, the chip could theoretically still be shorted, although I guess I could check the pins of all the memory chips. All right. Okay. Okay, there we go. Theoretically, I now have a wire harness that is compatible between the two power supplies, and now I will clean the flux off, and then I'll heat shrink. Okay, there's that. And then I will all right. All right. Let me double check my heat shrink placement. It's coming loose in some places. Okay, so I think if I heat shrink them there, I'll be good. I hope. Okay, flip these over. Alright. Okay. So I had to use some heat shrink that wasn't like quite the best size, but it should be shrunk down enough to protect the wires. So now I think this big tubing might shrink down enough. No, it does not. Okay. Okay. Remove this heat shrink tubing. And put some smaller around it. Which I should have. Which I'm now going to have trouble getting around it because I messed up. Because the stuff I thought would shrink down enough does not, and I don't have a Molex pin remover. Alright, is there any of this like slightly bigger in diameter maybe? Maybe the clear? Not that I really want to show off my splices, nope. Kib says I can use a paper clip. I don't know that I have any paper clips. I probably do somewhere, but oh. Oh, that was brilliant. Oh, good. Maybe my LCD monitor will recover. Alright, let me see if I have something like a paper clip. Maybe a solder. No. A sim, oh. I've got a sim ejector somewhere, but I don't know where it is right offhand. I just put a lovely, I just melted the plastic on my LCD monitor because my hot air gun is inconveniently located. Oh well. Let me see if I can't find something to remove those pins so I can put heat shrink around it so that I don't see the mess as bad. Maybe one of these will work. These going for enough? I don't remember where the tab is on these. Oh, did I? Press the. All right. Hold please while I try to eject the pins because I guess I didn't realize how little that heat shrink tubing that would fit around this would actually shrink. Or I can just use some more of the big heat shrink tubing, shrink it as much as it'll go, and use some zip ties. I don't. Yeah, it probably isn't long enough. All right, let me go. I guess let me go upstairs and see if I can find the sim tool. On the bright side, my LCD monitor, the spot is going away on the actual panel, so that's good. Not that I paid a lot for the monitor; it's cheap. Well, I like the paperclip idea too. I have no paper clips. Or, I mean, I probably have some somewhere. I just don't know where they've gone. I think I have a sim ejector tool closer to being handy, but it's going to be upstairs. All right, let me take a quick break. Let me go see if I can find a sim ejector tool, and I'll go grab the 12-volt power supply while I'm upstairs because I'll need that very shortly. So I was going to go upstairs anyways, so I guess I might as well go while I need two things instead of one. So I'll be right back. Okay, found my ASIM ejector tool. Now, I don't remember on these connectors if you want to put the. I don't remember which side you need to release the tab with, because some of them you actually. Well, I don't know. I think some of these Molex connectors, the latch is actually like right. Actually, I think I see the latch. It's like right there. Nope. Or I'll just settle for good enough. I don't know where the pin is on these. Actually, I don't know that this is long enough to release the pin. Unless the pin is actually. Okay, I don't know. That's not working. Okay, I'll. Okay, let me see if any of this. Do I have any? No, I don't have any sizes between. Perfect size won't fit around Molex connector and. Way too big. Alright, I guess I want to go for way too big. Only problem is it's just not going to shrink enough to. It's usually two little leaves that are in a V shape, so the. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll get a pin remover. I have my eye on a pin remover set on Amazon's website. I just was not convinced that it was high enough quality. At the moment, I don't care. It would let me remove the pins probably. Alright, I'm just going to go for. Alright, I'll do the heat shrink tubing that at least fits around the connector. It's not going to shrink down enough. I'll use some zip ties to hold it in place. It'll at least protect things. I don't have any electrical tape. It's down here, handy. I've got some somewhere. It's not down here. I don't feel like going finding electrical tape. I want to use heat shrink tubing. I'll go find some better sized heat shrink tubing, or I'll get a Molex pin remover, or one or the other. I'll fix it later. This will do for now. It's at least hiding the heat shrink tubing on the inside. Okay. I guess one thing I do want to do, though, okay. So I think these two are ground, or not. Oh, that's weird. Okay. That's one of the ground pins. That's the other ground pin. Okay. So I think this one is... Alright. Just double checking the cable. So based on this, the clone board, which has all the power connectors marked, so the left two, or it's going to be my right, but the... Okay, so the two on the left on the board are ground. And then +5 and +12. Actually, I might have to clean off my workbench before I can work on this. Okay. So this one's going to be +5. Okay, that's good. And then this one should be +12. And +12 is this one. Yep, okay. And then this should be -5. Alright, and that means this is -12. Alright. Just wanted to double check my cable. Alright. So the cable I have spliced together is spliced together correct. Alright. There's a little more assembly. I need to clean off my workbench before I can attempt it. So hold please. Alright. Well, I think I got it together. Not without creating a mess on my workbench, but alright. Oh, okay. At least we're probably doing well on time. Alright. So the world's sketchiest power supply is not going to power this computer ever again, unless I rebuild it with, well, I guess if I rebuild it, it wouldn't be the world's sketchiest power supply. It'll be the power supply formerly known as the world's sketchiest. If only they'd cloned an Aztec power supply, then it might actually be halfway decent. Or even maybe did what Franklin did. Like, Franklin Computer, I think, actually used an Aztec power supply in their computers, or at least the Ace 1000. Alright. This is the part of the build where I get to... Oh, that needs... Alright. I get to install some hardware if I can find a screwdriver. That will be the challenge. Alright. Okay, I don't know where the screwdriver went. Okay. So, the Pico RC should mount right... I think it's these two oblong holes here, which I would zoom in, but I don't have... There's not a way I can zoom in and show the oblong holes from this side. I'll show it when I turn it over. First, I need to find the screwdriver that I know is on my bench somewhere. Okay, hold please. I'll probably move. Wait, I know I've got it. Oh, there it is. It was right beside me the entire time. Alright. So I'm fairly sure I will loosely install these first. This hardware is not going to work. Yes, that is gaff tape over the EEPROM window. You would have... It would... You missed the last stream. The, I removed the EEPROMs to archive them. Or to read them off for archival purposes. And when I pulled EEPROM from position number 2... okay. Unfortunately, this hardware is not right for this case. I'm going to need to get some washers for the screws, so I can't screw this in. So instead, I will use some of these, or I will see if I can use some of these plastic standoffs that I bought for this case. Let me see if they'll... Oh, I may have to insert them upside down. That's not going to work. I don't... Okay. Oh, wait. You know, I might have some screws that have a slightly wider head on them. I don't know what thread these standoffs are. No. Hold, please. I'm seeing if I've got something in my collection of PC parts that will hold the power supply in place. Okay, that's designed for a larger hole. Okay, these standoffs don't fit. Alright. These are like I don't know what size screws these are standoffs are that I got from Deku Nukem. I suspect they're M2 because they are seemingly smaller than M3. Unfortunately, the holes on this case are too big for them. So I need a nut, and I don't have a nut for such a small... Ah, yes. I think I see the problem now. Let me see. Well, maybe... Alright, maybe this actually lines up with these two holes. Hold, please. Okay. Maybe the problem is I had the wrong... Oh, yeah. Okay. We're good. I was just lining it up with the wrong place. I mean, it kind of seems like it should be a little bit further back based on the way the case is shaped, but All right. Because basically, it's sticking out. I don't know that the case is going to go on with it there, but oh, well, no. No, the case will not go on with it there. I was correct in thinking it needed to be on the oblong holes, but I need a nut to be able to put them in the oblong holes, so I'll just have to go with that. If I get far enough to need the keyboard, then... oh, worry about it then. Only I had... I'm trying to think if I've got any, like, anything, a washer or... Not a nut, a washer. I need a washer. That's... something with it. An M2 washer, I think, is what I need. 2 of them. So I can mount this further back. But for now, I'll leave this here. It'll be fine. Because I gotta fix the... heat shrink. There we go. So that'll plug in like that. The Pico PSU. Let me see if I can get the nut off of the... There we go. So the Pico PSU goes, let's see here, to go... So... that doesn't seem right. Ah, but it is right. It just doesn't line up with the 20-pin connector doesn't line up with the 24-pin notch. Okay, fine. Oh, I should probably put the fuses in because they will be a bit hard to get to at the moment. Yeah, I think I've got a route. Sorcerer Stan sent me a replacement program chip. But this ROM I've got in it should also work. It's in an adapter for the 27, what's it, 2716, I think. I'm just trying to put the fuses in the fuse holders, which I have realized is here we go. Let's see here. There we go. Fuses are in. the power connector on. Maybe should have done this before I mounted it, but oh well. Too late. Moving on. All right. That looks good. All right, so I've got the Pico PSU fuses. Have some Molex and a SATA connector if I needed it. Powered by 12 volts. I guess I probably should put the jumper on here so I don't lose it. I guess I could put a quiet fan in here if I really thought it needed it. Okay, let's see here. Now, the first test I'm going to do is I'm going to power it up as is, which nothing's going to really happen, but I just want to make sure that everything seems to be working fine. I'll check some voltages it checks. More importantly, I just want to make sure that it still seems to be doing what it was doing. Alright, so this is it's a 12 volt power brick. That's what powers this Pico PSU. It's one I got from the same people that sell the Pico PSUs. Now, it's only a 60 watt 12 volt power adapter. Oh. And I'll have to check voltages. Okay. Nothing happened when I powered it up. Then again, though, it was in pretty sad state last time I had it. Okay. So, nothing is preferable to fire. That is definitely true. Okay. I'm going to have to look up the 6502 pinout. Okay, so VSS is pin 0. And pin 21. Actually, I think on this one I will use pin 21. So let's see here. Pin 8 is VCC. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have 4.8 4.81 volts, 4.82. Well, it's a little low, but okay. Actually, I just realized I can measure voltages here. Okay, so this should be 5 volts. Okay, so I've got 5 volts there. Okay, this should be negative 12. Negative 11.25, that's good enough. So I think this should be negative 5, and that's negative 5. And then this should be 12. And I got 12. Okay, so I got good voltages there. I got 4.82 volts at the CPU. Let me check a 4116. Because that should have all 3 voltage rails. Okay, so pin 16 should be ground. Pin 1 is negative 5 volts. And that's negative 5 volts. Pin 8 is 12 volts. Pin 8 is 12 volts. And we got 11.9 volts. Okay. And pin 9 is 5 volts. And we got 4.84 volts. Okay. I think that's good. We have voltages going to the board. Unless I turned the wrong. Nope, I got the right composite input on. Okay. All right. So we have voltages. They look correct. But I also know that I have a whole bunch of bad chips. So I guess the next thing to do is to swap chips. Okay, so I'm going to use the ones that Stan sent me because Stan tested them, so I don't have to sit here and... Well, I guess maybe I will... Well, no, I don't have to... Alright, let me unplug this. Okay. Stan tested these chips, so I'm just going to swap chips here. Let me turn things so that I can zoom in a little more. Potentially. So I've unplugged power. Well, I don't know. I think that's probably as close as I can get, and you still see what I'm doing. Okay, so I have drawn an X on the bad chips. And first let me see if I can see all the marks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, yeah, okay. And then four chips that I already replaced. 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay. So I can see all the marks. There was one chip that I was having trouble marking, but well, we'll get there when we get there. So basically what I'm going to do, because I don't think it's going to do anything with all these bad chips, is I'm just going to swap them all out. Starting this with this one, because it's a bad chip. And not only that, but I didn't get all the legs in the socket when I put it back in to remember what it was. So this is a 74LS245. So here we go, 74LS245. And actually what I'm going to do when I put the new chips in, because reasons, is I'm going to contact clean them. And of course, to do that, I need straw on my can of contact cleaner, and I sent the one straw across the basement. All right. So there we go. All right. There's one chip. Basically, I'm just going to go pull the chips that are marked one by one and replace them. So this is a 74LS74. I just need to make sure that I actually grab the correct chips. Those are 174s, 138, 138, 138, 138, 74. There we go. 74LS74. Okay, there it is. How did I verify the chip's badness? I used my T48 programmer, and I tested the I pulled all the logic chips one by one and put them in my T48 programmer, and they tested bad. So, I mean, I can't really argue with that. Oh, okay, you couldn't see that one. That was the 74LS74. It's by the video circuit here. So I got a 74LS138. Go. 94LS138. There's that one. Let's see here. That is another 138. Right here. So I've drawn an X on the bad chips. That one's fine. See, this is the 257 there. Let's see here. There we go. There's a 257. Oh, that chip. Okay, 257. There we go. All right. So 2, 4. So we've got 5 of the chips out. Trying to do these, and I'm just kind of going from this direction. All right. So these, the 138, 138, and 259. All right. All right. So I got 2 138s. Yeah, it's pretty nice that the software can test these. In fact, actually, my TL866, whatever it is, I mean, it can test logic chips too. I think I like the newer software though, because you can actually see exactly what failed about the chip instead of just seeing. I've run into some boards where, because they didn't need all the logic units of a logic chip, they used bad logic chips on the board, but they just weren't. They were able to use bad logic chips that it was bad on whatever part of the chip they weren't using in the schematic. So I'm replacing logic chips. So I'm replacing logic chips based on the testing I did last week. So the power supply is supplying appropriate voltages, but I'm pretty sure with all these dead logic chips, it's not going to do anything until I replace logic chips. there's the 259. All right, so let's see here. That is a 283. Yeah, I think they're probably similar to what the retro chip testers do, but I don't have a retro chip tester, so. Right, I think that's the 283. Okay. All right, and let's see, 153. There it is, 153. Oh, the exit. And let's see here. And I think it's another 153. Yep. Right. Let's see here. Yep, that 161 was bad, but I already replaced it. So this 161 here, 161. There we go, 161. What's that? Oh. Okay, all right. Next row, it's a 153. Three. I don't know if it has any bearing, but it seems like more of the chips died on this side of the board than on this side. But I don't have a way to test DRAM, so I could find when we get to the DRAMs that I have bad DRAMs. All right, so this is a 74 LSO4. There we go, 74 LSO4. There we go. And let's see, 74 LS257. There we go. There's a 257. And we got a 74 LS32. 74 LS32. Go. Right, next row of chips. All right. See here, we got a 74 LS194. Yep. There we go. 74 LS194. All right. Another 74 LS194. The 74 LS08 that I misidentified last stream, or I guess last Tuesday. I think that's... All right, let me double check that's an 08 because I had trouble reading the writing. Yep, it is an 08. Kind of looked like an 00. Right, 74 LS02. 74 LS02. We are getting close. All right, and is that it? All right, let me count how many chips I just replaced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so think I think that's it. All right, I think I've replaced all of the chips that tested bad. Of course, I nervously reconnect things. All right. I mean, I do know I have a power supply that should be more reliable. I just knocked over isopropyl alcohol that I forgot I'd set where I did. Let me wipe that up real quick. Alright, well. Okay. Oh, please, while I wipe more isopropyl alcohol up, because it, like... There we go. Okay. Three, two, one. Oh, okay. Apparently, I put a chip in. Oh, well. Okay, well, somehow managed to put two chips in backwards. Possibly because... Well, I thought I put them back in the way they were, but that might be a sign that they might have been backwards. So, 74 LS 245. Well, I guess let me test them. Let me see if I mean, I probably cooked them. All right. $74, $2.45. All right. It got pretty warm, so something tells me I killed it. All right. And the 74 LS 138 that I put in upside down. Survived. All right. Let me find another 74 LS 245. I know I've got some because I ordered chips from Jamco. I want to see computer too. And for anyone that says, well, how could you put it in upside down? Well, these sockets they used on this computer are absolutely awful. $472.12. $472.12. There we go. All right. Let me go back to the 74 LS245 test because I'm going to test this one from Jamco before I put it in. And it tests good. So now I'm going to make sure I rotate it according to the silk screen that is not very visible under the socket, but it is there, and that's... Well, I see exactly. Yep, I put it in backwards. I may go back to the video and look to see if I can tell what direction it was in before I started with this last week, because it's quite possible that chip was in backwards the whole time. All right. I think everything else is in the correct directions. All right, I'm willing to try it again. Let me see if I can fix the scaling of the capture input. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Your wish is granted. Okay, nothing. I don't feel anything getting hot. I do have the correct... Alright, let me just make sure that maybe... Did I pick the wrong... Nope, I had the right input to begin with. Okay. Hmm. Looking to make sure... Alright. Checking the board. You make sure that I don't have any other chips that are obviously backwards. Any others that I marked as bad. I think I may need to borrow a CPU from something. Let me fire up the oscilloscope. Okay. Okay. So I've got the oscilloscope. Oops, wrong one. Capture input. Well, okay. It's a little blurry, I think, but that's the capture card. It it, it does that sometimes. Okay. So, 337 and 39. All right. Okay, That's pin 39. There's a clock. $37. Let's see, that 37 is phase 0, 39 was phase 2, and pin 3 should be phase 1. So we are seeing a clock. That is an address bus. Should be address 0, address 1, address 2. Well, those aren't quite the robust signals I was expecting, but I think... Okay, that's reset, so we are out of reset. And that's about 5 volts. That looks right. Because my... for 2 volts per division. Well, I think it's 1.96 volts per division. I'll deal with it later. Got bomb. Let's see here. I guess 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35 is going to be halt. And the CPU is halted. Although, quite honestly, that is quite a funny halt signal, but it is active low. The 36 is read write. 35, that's halt. That... Well, something's got the CPU halted. Yes, I'm probing the pins on the CPU directly. It's the way I've always done it. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have the wrong pin out. Oh. I had the pin out for the Sally chip. I didn't realize it. This isn't a Sally. So, the 36 and 35 are no connect. So I guess whatever... Okay, so that isn't a halt signal. Well, I don't know the pinouts of all the chips, so I usually pick chips that I can easily find a pinout chart for. The CPU is a really easy one to find a pinout chart for. Probing the ROM scare me because I managed to, well, I didn't break the leg by probing it, but... Okay, so that's voltage. I just don't want to short anything to the... That's address line 8 on one of the ROMs. I don't know. It seems like, I mean, some of these chips seem to be maybe not inserted all the way. All right, I'm gonna check that the chips are seated. I mean, I might need to put the RAMs back in. Oh, uh, hit the button on the. Okay, that didn't do it. I know. I want to get computer 2. So what am I doing? It might seem random, but I'm just trying to double check that all the chips are in the sockets. I don't have anything heating up because I'm gonna have to more methodically probe with the oscilloscope. I'm also trying to make sure that there's not like any other chips that I maybe missed the mark on them. Okay, so I don't see any chips that I missed the mark on. All right. All right. I'm doing another heat test. This is where I wish I had a thermal camera, but I don't. So I'll just have to use my fingers. I mean, the RAMs are getting warm, but I think that's normal. I mean, I guess I could remove this adapter and put the okay, I'll put the ROM that Stan programmed for me in. Maybe maybe there's something up with the that adapter. Maybe I didn't program it right. I'll, I'll put the number 2 sticker. Okay, well, that was a good thought. Oh, I had the wrong pinout. The 6502 doesn't. Only the 6502 that is used by the Atari has a halt signal. I had the wrong pinout. There is no halt on this one. Well, I got a couple possibilities. Poss. Oh, I got this thing from the System Source swap meet. I guess it was what, last month? Oh. Ah. Well, I can't say I've never made silly mistakes in the chat. Yeah, it wants to autocomplete. Oh, we were talking about your busted SE30. Joe, it is very broken. I replaced all those logic chips, and I still have a. The CPU seems to have activity. I see clocks. I see maybe activity on the CPU. I see no video. There were two ICs that might have been backwards. It is quite possible they were backwards the whole time. But I fixed them. They're now not backwards. But I did kill one of the two chips being in backwards. I am half tempted to test logic chips again, but yeah, there's no change of behavior. I have not put the 4116s back in. Huh. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna pull the programmer out and okay, I'm gonna spot check a few chips. So I'm gonna spot check the 153s and the 161s. Okay. Fine. Okay, that one tests fine. Okay, that one tests fine. Alright. Okay, and now the 161s. Okay, that one's fine. Whoa! Okay, I found another bad chip. So 161. It's one of the original ones. It's bad. Or 6818. Luckily, I ordered chips from Jamco. Alright. Test the new 161. That's good. Well, I mean, I can't say for certain that that 245 that got put in backwards. Alright, let me test this other 161. Oh, and there's another bad 161. Wow, these Hitachi chips. Assuming they actually are Hitachi chips. Because I still have not. The jury's still out on whether they use real Hitachi chips. Okay, there's another 161 that's good. Let me check this last 161, which is actually one I replaced last week. I can get it out. It's probably fine. And then I'm going to test all the rest of the Yep, it's fine. Wait, let me see if there's any more of those original Hitachi chips, and I'm going to test them real quick. Here we go. Here's one. It is a 74 LS74. Or I think it is. The marking's nearly worn off of it. I hope you all can see what I'm doing, because I can't see the OBS 7474. Well, that tested fine. Okay. Did I buy any 74LS74s? I don't trust those. I did. 48004. Okay. It's not bad. It tested fine. But I'm going to replace it because the marking is nearly worn off of it. And it's... Oh, good night, Eric. And the thing is, it's one of the Hitachi chips that looks just like the Hitachi chips that were in this computer that have fragile markings on them, and a bunch of them have failed, which is why I'm not sure they're actually Hitachi chips. In fact, there's another one of those Hitachi chips, and it's a 74LS175. Stan actually sent me a spare of it, which tells me that maybe it was on my bad list and I just... Okay, well, it works, but again... Okay, actually, that one, the marking is not rubbing off on it, so I'll go ahead and put it back, because it might actually be... The one I proactively replaced, just if you all are wondering. This is what a bunch of the Hitachi chips look like. So if you'll note, I can tell it's Hitachi because you can just barely make out the logo. But see how the marking is just obliterated? Well, in this case, I'm assuming it's one of the Hitachi chips that the paint or whatever's rubbing off of it. So that's why I proactively replaced it, is because something's up with it. Oh, the ones that I am installing from Stan tested them, so I'm just installing them without testing them. Now the ones I got bought from Jamco, I am testing. All right, well, let me, I guess now's a good time to see if there's any improvement. 3, 2, 1. No. Hold on. I just found another one of those chips that the paint is rubbing off of. And it's actually allegedly a Texas Instruments chip. So I'm going to pull it and test it. It is a 74LS02. I think I might be seeing a trend here. Oh, hi, Thomas. Okay, that is testing fine. 46287, but I did order that chip. So I'm going to go ahead and replace that chip because the marking is about obliterated on it. This is more for... Okay, so the replacement's good. And that's just partly because I don't know why the paint's rubbing off. It is kind of weird. But partly because if the marking does completely come off the chip, then it will be hard for me to know what's there. There's a 74LS00 that I can't read the marking on. Looks like one of those fake chips. Okay, I am going to test it, but I don't know if I've got a replacement for it. And it is... Oh. And it is bad. Yeah. Okay, well, let me see if I've got a 74LS00. I got a bad chip, Gut Bomb. Okay. Unfortunately, I may have to try it anyways with this one because it would appear as if this chip failed in the past week because I do not have it noted as failed last week. The only reason I tested it is because it was... The marking is... Well, it's one of those Hitachi chips that looks like the others that failed. Alright, let me see if I by chance have a... $74LS00 on my I got a little chip assortment here. Okay, well, I've got a 74F00, which is probably better than nothing. Although it might be too fast. Alright. Okay, well, let's see what it does now. Wait a minute. That's weird. Okay, my 74F00 has fewer pins than my 74LS00. How can that be? Well, I'll replace it with the LS00. All right. Well, let's see what happens. Nothing. Okay. Well, Well, first of all, let me see if I can find the 74LS00 I dropped, because I think I'm going to put it back. Oh, wait. I know what the problem is. I misread which chip that is because I couldn't read the writing. It's not a 74LS00, it's a 74LS166. Let's test it again. I mean, seriously, the marking on the chip is wearing off. Okay, it works fine. Okay, let me try it again now that I actually have the right chip there. Oh, wait. Well, we have garbage. Oh, wait, we have color garbage on the screen. That's better. This is the first time I've seen this output color text. Wonder if there's a bad RAM chip, maybe? Thoughts from the chat on what I was seeing? All right. Okay, so what? let me take a look at these boards that Sloopy sent me. So these are... Okay, so I think these are boards... Oh, okay, these are Atari boards. But they're going to be... AM... So they got AM 9016 memories on them. Which have the same pinout as it. Okay. Well, Sloopy said that these chips work. I don't know if any of the RAMs that are on this clone work. So I'm going to take all these RAMs off. So I think these are the original RAMs that were in Bank 0 here. And all but one of them are NEC. One of them's a Motorola. So that tells me possibly someone's already had to replace a memory chip in this computer. Because I think all the memory was NEC, except for that one Motorola chip. So I'm going to first contact clean the memory sockets. And then I'm going to take the memory chips off of one of these Atari boards and stick them in my clone. Thomas is telling me that the AMD parts used by Atari were high quality parts. Well, most certainly higher quality than whatever this clone manufacturer probably used. Although I thought generally NEC memories were decent. But that's not to say that something didn't happen to this computer, because after all, I've had so many. Well, I mean, I've replaced probably a third of the logic chips, seemingly. All right. Oh, believe me, I would like to get this thing to power up tonight. I just realized it's like almost midnight. Well, I mean, I guess I did get to power up, but it hasn't said computer yet. All right. There's a banker RAM that I think Sloopy told me he tested it, so let's see what it does. It's well, that wasn't right. We're I don't exactly call that good. But yeah, the CPU's doing something, but I still feel like I'm no closer to getting this thing to work because I've replaced bad logic chips. Now I've put RAM in that I mean, I presume an AM 9016 is the same as a 4416. I mean, the pinouts seem to be the same. Seems like there's probably still a. Well, okay, so the ROMs are fine. Stan took the ROMs that I dumped last week. He compared them with his Super 2. He also compared them with his with the actual Apple II Plus ROMs, and the only difference was the banner. So address decoding maybe. I mean, I guess I mean, I don't like the fact that I've got empty banks of RAM because this thing is set for. This thing's set for 48K of RAM. Oh, hey, DJ Craze. I'm gonna put these other memory chips in it because this board cannot be set for 16K of RAM. Yeah, this board is like really buggy. I'm gonna populate the all the memory because it's quite possible that it doesn't like the empty banks of memory. But I'm about to have to call it quits for the night because it's getting late and oh, I've got something here that I'll put in the last bank. I mean, granted, what I'm going to put in the last bank is going to depend on if I trust the eBay seller saying they were tested, but I gotta test them at some point. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, I'm stumped. I may have to pick this up next week. And I may just have to pull out or try to pull out a schematic. Because it does seem as if something is still amiss with this machine. Alright, so these are some 4416s that I bought on eBay. I wasn't going to buy them, but the seller made an offer I couldn't refuse. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing at all. Sorry about that. So anyways, so I've got the first two banks are the memories that Sloopy gave me from Atari boards. And they've been tested in Joe's Atari, apparently. And then these are the memory chips I bought on eBay. We'll see if I regret buying them. Alright. Oh, hey, Strider. Well, I'm wrapping up trying to work on this for the night. Alright, 3, 2, 1. I don't think it's supposed to do that. I do not believe it's supposed to repeatedly beep like that. It's like it keeps, Well, I'm not going to look at address decoding tonight. It's midnight, and that I need a fresh mind to go through the address decoding. Because I need a schematic and a not tired mind. Is there anything else that's simple? Now, there was one chip. Well, I don't know where I put it. So, alright, I guess this is kind of where it's probably going to end for the night, because unless I see like anything that's like obviously amiss, I'm just gonna make one last check that I don't see any pins outside of the socket. Hmm. I mean, it's Apple II Plus, so the keyboard plugged in. So it's not the keyboard's not plugged in. Because the Plus didn't have those diagnostics. Sloopy is telling me it looks like address decode issues. I mean, it may very well be address decode issues, and that's not going to get solved tonight because it's 12:05. No, Jeremy, we're not there yet. We're oh, good night, Gut Bomb. We are not yet to Justin's giving up. That is absolute last resort. Because I know both of those folks are busy folks. So I'm not there yet. It's just it's midnight and obviously I need to. Well, there is a diagnostic for this computer, but I have to be able to boot it to run it. Well, Sloopy, that I'm not. I haven't given up on it yet. It's just it's midnight, and I don't want to try to tackle address decoding logic at midnight. But I might tackle address decoding logic next week. I don't know. Maybe Tuesday. Maybe I'll pick this up on Tuesday. That'll give me a chance to dig up the schematics for the Apple II Plus. Maybe see if I can find anything about that symptom online. But yeah, make sure you smash that like button because I started with a computer that was doing nothing, and now it repeatedly beeps and shows colored blocky characters on the screen. And I've got a power supply that I don't think will like destroy the machine in 2 seconds flat. So, yeah. Jeremy, it's not the keyboard. It is not the keyboard. I will plug the keyboard in to prove it is not the keyboard. Which means I may have to eat my words, but it's not the keyboard. The Apple II Plus does not have diagnostics. Or I just got proven I didn't think the Apple II Plus had diagnostics. Well, looky here. It says computer. Apple II. Huh. Well, apparently, right before I was going to give up, Jeremy told me to try something next time that I couldn't wait for. And apparently, the last part of the puzzle was I needed to plug the keyboard back in. I thought the Apple II Plus and its clones would work without the keyboard. Yeah. Okay, apparently I'm not the only one that didn't think you had to plug the keyboard in for an Apple II Plus or its clones. But maybe this clone, there's something different. Jeremy's saying he had a sneaky suspicion. Okay, well, apparently and it types too. Okay, apparently I fixed it. I can't type much of anything because I can't actually set the keyboard down. And I don't know why you want me to run random things. Although in this case, I know that's not totally random. Yeah, I think it's in Wasmon now. Could also be something is working that wasn't working before. I guess Jeremy fixed it. Well, alright. I guess I won't need to live stream fixing this next Tuesday. So, okay, yay. Like, at the total last minute, well, Jeremy figured out that it was apparently not having the keyboard plugged in, so... oh, hey, Mikey. So Mikey was going to suggest I find the Sam's Computer Facts for the older Apple IIs, but it seems like I don't need it now. So, yeah, you've done a gooder thing, Jeremy. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So, this machine is... well, it is logically fixed. I do need to go to the hardware store and get some nuts to be able to move the power supply back so I can actually put the case back on. And I got to get some screws for the keyboard because there were a few of the keyboard screws that are missing. But yeah, it looks like it works good. So thank you, Jeremy. Be sure to smash that like button if you like it when I actually get a computer fixed on the live stream. And smash that subscribe button because this won't be the last time you see this computer. It just probably will be not, hopefully won't be repairing it next time you see it. And ring that bell notification so you know when I go live next time, assuming YouTube notifications work. Yes, fasteners are the easy part, except the washers I need, I believe I may have to order because I don't think the hardware store carries that small of a washer, but we'll see. Anyways, I'm glad I got it working. And on that happy note, before anything else can break, I'm going to get ready to click this one button here. I'm going to say take care. Yes, I'll do a follow-up with it running. With software running, but I will at least get it to the point where I can actually put the lid on and type on it without the keyboard bouncing. Because, but yeah. Anyways, take care. Have a great rest of your day, and I hope to see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon. And by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.